Okay. Hello. One sec. Now, I know I was a little unwell yesterday. I am even worse today. So give me a sec while I get everything set up. Doo-doo-doo. Righto, yeah, there will be a lot of nose blowing this stream. Not a whole lot I can do about that. But, yeah, okay, cool. How are we all going today, guys? Today we are delving back into the nightmare that is this squad of 10 Infernus Marines. I just want to I just want to be done with them. I want to build and paint new things. I've been working on these guys for too long. Won't be able to talk much because you're playing DBD, also you're doing well. That's good, yeah. Yeah, just a little PSA. I am never batch building and not like 10 minis for a stream ever again. Because holy shit, it takes way too long. Like, I'm down to batch build like groups of 3 minis or so, 3 or 4. But I am not doing 10 as a batch build. Too fucked up. Alright, I've taken an antihistamine. Hopefully, sinuses should get better as the stream goes on. But, let's quickly go over what we have left to do on these guys. Because we've got... it's pretty much just down to ignoring bases, because bases will be a completely different stream. We're pretty much down to... some of the tiny metallic detailing, like the skulls and the tubes and the guns. Little metallic details on the armor. Maybe little lights on the backs of their legs and stuff. And then detailing on the backpacks, on the helmets, and weathering. I think that is it. Well, and then highlights. So, let's just pretty much get straight into it. Oh, shit. Nearly just pulled my headset out. So, colors that we'll probably be using today. Hello peeps, hey Silver. We'll probably be using Rhinox Hide, Lead Belcher, here are my 3 greens. I don't know which ones I'll be using for what, but I'll just have them all on hand. And I'd used Doomfire Magenta for the red on the Purity Seals, and I actually really liked the way that turned out, so I might continue with that. Or other little red bits. Let's have Corvus Black in the background though, because that's always useful. But let's just get started with some of the metallic details. So I'll get my size 000 brush. Get some lead belcher on the wet palette. I think this pot this pot of lead belcher is mostly spent. Let's see if I can just get my poor quality brush to help me shovel some of this stuff out. Either that or a tool, something like that would be fine. There we are, that should be heaps. Yeah, that'll be plenty for the time being. Lies a minute late is exactly 60 seconds late. I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds like some kind of propaganda. Look, I'm on time when I say I'm on time. I have already got paint all over my fingers. Does anyone have experience with using brush on varnish on top of sprayed varnish? You want the armor panels matted without losing shine on metal areas. So have you already got a gloss varnish underneath and you want to apply a matte varnish over the top of certain sections? This is for the future, you haven't varnished anything yet, just guessing the easiest way would be to matte varnish the model, then brush on satin on the metal bits. Yeah, it would probably be easier, like you're thinking, to start with matte and then just go satin over the, like satin or gloss over the bits that you want to be more reflective. That would probably be the easiest way to go about it. Any worries with leaving the varnish on to dry before putting the gloss layer on? Ideally, you'd probably let the varnish stay on to dry so that it doesn't get tacky and get disturbed when you try applying something over the top with a brush. Because otherwise you'd create brush marks and you might cause it to feather up in certain sections. Because the main concern that I would have with working on top of a varnish before it's fully dried would be, yeah, interfering with the smoothness of the finish. Any recommendations for spray on matte varnish? I've been putting off varnishing models forever, but the black color scheme has made it a lot more noticeable. I haven't used any spray varnishes for my minis. Because I've got varnishes that I can run in a spray, like in a spray gun, but I don't have any rattle can sprays. What I used for my decals and that sort of thing was I was using the Vallejo water-based varnish and just brushing it on, and that worked really nicely. Didn't get any inconsistency in the layer or anything like that. You can't really see any issues there. So if you're not against brushing it for smaller areas, then the Vallejo one's good. And being water-based, they're always a lot. They're easier to work with, and they dry a lot quicker. And you don't have to worry about potentially reactivating it with other products. But it also means you don't really have the option of adding white spirits or mineral terps to it, to optionally, or to not optionally, but to actively try to reactivate it. Because I know that some people like to do that with certain products, is just throw terps or white spirits on it to reactivate it so they can work with it some more. Or feather it away in certain parts with a swab. Got a good few dreadnoughts and tanks to varnish, so you reckon spray will be easier? Right, okay. Yeah, also completely off topic, but I've been thinking about things that I want to paint, like ways that I want to paint my Space Marines and stuff. And since I am not playing the game, I'm doubling down on the fact that I'm not going to build a full army. I don't think I'm going to paint exclusively Dark Angels, because I really want to paint some Blood Ravens, because that shit, like, Dawn of War is my childhood, and the Blood Ravens are so fucking cool. And also, as a Thousand Suns enthusiast, having a very Psyker-heavy Loyalist chapter is very cool for me. In the case of Blood Ravens, the word Loyalist is in inverted commas, because they kind of just do whatever the fuck they want. Ah, so you're a thief. I am. I'm a thief that has no qualms about going to war with the Imperial Guard if it means getting some relics. Also, in the case of the Dark Angels, to be honest, fair. They don't have the Psyker, the Psyker emphasis, though. They're just really cool Space Knights. Space Knights minus the giant war mechs. and you're the same, you might play with a friend who lives a few hours away, but you just like to build what you like and maybe even some dioramas. I really need to get into dioramas. I don't think... I'll need to figure out where, like, I have the space to actually set up some dioramas, but I feel like that'd be so much fun. Like, my dream, I've said this a few times on the stream, my dream would to be, like, build a massive, like, convert, like, a whole table into a diorama of, like, a section of Trials in the Infinite's prison, or not prison, museum. Because then there's, like, a way to display all of the different shit that I built. And have it, like, surrounded by Necron architecture and stuff. Like, have environments, like, desert environments in the middle of Necron architecture. Space Knights that abandon allies the second they catch wind of a fallen. Look, I mean, that just means they have priorities. Nothing wrong with that. They know what's important. You've yet to paint a model yet, so that's why I offer you. Look, mate, if have you got any models lying around and you just haven't gotten around to painting them yet, or you sort of you're trying to talk yourself into buying your first set? Because all I can say is, if you're a little daunted by it or nervous, just go for it. Because when I started out, I had like no artistic experience, and the most satisfying shit for me was just putting, like, just watching the mini turn from black to red as I was painting a Farsight Tau. It's just so satisfying watching the paint cover it. Trying to finish your hobby area, you've put together... mostly put together the Dark Angels Combat Patrol, Box of Deathwings, and Inner Circle. Right, okay, so you've got it all, you've got it there, you just need to get your space set up and then you're going for it. Nice. Yeah, I understand the need to get the hobby area set up properly. I was on exchange in Japan for a year, and that's when I got into painting, and then when I came back home, my setup was terrible for months, and I just couldn't bring myself to paint, but now I've got a pretty good setup, and it's so easy. Just having things, like, I feel like one of the biggest obstacles for a lot of people to actually painting is just having a setup that makes it easy for them to sit down and paint. Painting minis has made you truly understand how different colors are. Red is not the same the same as red anymore. Yeah. For me, I feel like, because I work in a hardware store, and so we mix paint for people, like we mix house paint, and people will often bring in samples of the paint so that they can, like, match the color. And I feel like painting minis has made me better at identifying, like, the subtle nuances of people's paint, because they'll bring in a piece of their wall paint, and they'll be like, "What is this?" And they're like looking at the color wall, and I'm like, "Well, it's a bit red. It's a bit of red you've got in there, and that sort of thing." And like a few years ago, I would not have noticed that. I would not have noticed, like, the subtle nuances of, like, warmth and that sort of thing in colors. So it's really cool. Very much looking forward to it. Yeah, you're gonna love it. Like one of my mates, his little brother, got into painting fantasy, and he was putting it off for ages. And now it's like every time I see that, like every time I see my mate's brother on Discord, I'm like messaging him like, mate, have you been painting yet? And he's finally gotten back into painting. I've harassed him into actually painting again, and yeah, it's good stuff. And it's like I've got a friend over in the Netherlands as well who had stopped painting for a while because he paints Death Guard, and he had like he'd bought Mortarion and had been posting and he'd been building Mortarion for ages, and he just burnt out from how long it was taking. And then I got into painting, and I've reignited the spark of him wanting to continue painting his Mortarion now. Are you allowed to post a link in here to show your work in place hobby area or work in progress hobby area? I don't think YouTube likes links in chat. I think if you post it, it'll just get filtered out. I've had this issue before. Okay, so I think this will be the last of the metallic details for this one. And just looking at the clock, this does not inspire confidence. Yeah, because that's the metallics for one of these dudes has taken us just under half an hour. We've got 10. Might be here for a little while. So I think if you tried to post the link just then, it got picked out because all we can see is the message where he says there is a dot before the com. So I think it did filter out whatever you sent. Okay, well, that's metallics for one done. Why is delivery so expensive for varnish? Yeah, it's not cheap. I put off getting varnish for a while because it was so expensive, and I ended up just bundling it together with a bunch of other airbrush paints that I got when I got those, just so that at least I wasn't spending so much just for some small little things to get sent out. Hang on, just realized that I missed a little bit here. Currently stalking local model shops to see if they have spray cans in the background images. You know you can call them. Like, I imagine they have phone numbers listed on their websites. You can just ask. It's nearly 3. Oh, right. I forgot. Yep. My bad. No, I got you. I'm with you now. I understand. No, just call them. It would wake up a very angry Scottish man. I must say as well, Sanju, respect for you has gone up significantly since discovering that you're from the cool part of the UK. So, well done on that. Why would I talk to people if I don't have to? Warhammer player try to socialize challenge. Of course, who would want to be English? Yeah, not me. Think you're gonna grab your stuff and do a little bit of painting yourself? Yeah, go for it, Joshua. That it's like, I don't claim to have the most engaging content. I like to think that I'm some solid second monitor content. So, 100%. Use this opportunity to do some painting. So I reckon I keep saying this, but I reckon that the best way for me to paint, and I think just being able to talk to people or listen to stuff while you paint is really helpful. Damn it, I forgot that some of these Marines have spare canisters on them, so I'm gonna have to paint them as well. Make sure I don't miss any. Space Marine 2 in just a few days, taking off work. Very much looking forward to it. Yeah, I think it's going to be banger. I haven't pre-purchased, so I'm waiting for the full release. But yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be good. Praying that Games Workshop can make a good 40k game for once in a while. Did enjoy Chaos Gate. Which one was Chaos Gate? Was that the XCOM style 40k? Or the XCOM style Space Marine game? Because there was I know that they did Mechanicus, which was like also XCOM style. And Mechanicus was solid. It wasn't anything amazing, but it was a good game. And the soundtrack was banger. Yeah, the Grey Knights, righto. Yeah, I'll need to check that one out. Because I do enjoy me some strategy games. And I've also kind of been getting the itch to go back through and replay all of the Dawn of Wars. But I just don't have the time. But it's like, I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm wondering if maybe Dawn of War 3 isn't as bad as I remembered it being. And I'm like curious to play through 1, 2, and then 3 and just see how it holds up. Just because I have such fond memories of like Dawn of War, Winter Assault, and Dark Crusade. Didn't really play Soulstorm, but Dark Crusade and Winter Assault I just remember so fondly. And then Dawn of War 2 was my actual childhood. Like I played that before Dawn of War 1. And then Dawn of War 3 came around and I was just so disappointed with it. But I'm wondering, yeah, if I go back through and play them now, how well they'll hold up. It's still bad. Okay, maybe I'll just replay 1 and 2, just avoid 3. But yeah, because like last night I was really I was like really going down the rabbit hole of like thinking about, oh, maybe I want to paint some blood ravens. And so I just like I was curious and I was wondering who there were successors of, so I looked up the blood ravens and like checked out like the Warhammer wikis and stuff. And the thing is that like their ancestral chapter is unknown, but then there's a tab on the wiki which is talking about like potential Thousand Sons heritage, and I'm like, ooh, I like this. Hello, how you going, Iron? How did I end up getting into the hobby? So my first exposure to Warhammer would have been probably like 2007-ish. I got into, that's when I first played Dawn of War 2, because I had a mate at school who was really into Dawn of War, and he introduced me to it. And then I played Dawn of War 2, loved it. Then went back, got Dawn of War 1, played that for a while. And I'd always just kind of existed in the periphery of the hobby for a long time. And then it was last year? Yeah, last year. Or I guess 2022 to 2023, I spent a year on university exchange in Japan. And I didn't really have my gaming computer with me or anything like that. And so I needed a hobby. And there was a Warhammer shop, like massive Warhammer shop, probably about a 15-minute train ride from my university campus. And I just kept going in and looking at it, and it was so fucking cool. And I spent a while just watching a bunch of painting videos, trying to convince myself that I didn't need to spend all that money. And in the end, I was like, okay, no, it's too cool not to get into. So I started painting minis as a way to pass the time while I was over there. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Been loving it ever since. They're looking great since the last time you saw them. Thank you. I'm I've been working on them for a lot longer than I would have liked. Um, so yeah, I said this earlier, but I don't think I'll be batch painting things on stream in batches of 10 anymore. I think this will be the last, and then from there I might do batches of 3 or so, but 10 is just so time consuming. Just because I don't know how many streams I have allocated to this one squad of Dark Angels. Like, I'm really liking how they're turning out, but it's just, I want to paint more stuff. I want to paint different stuff. Because there's still a fair bit of work to be done on these guys, even like at this stage here. Like, they're looking pretty good, but I'll still need to go through and do some of the non-metallic details, and then weathering, and then basing. Yeah, you never liked batch painting? Yeah, I feel like if I wasn't live streaming it, I'd be fine with doing the batch painting. But one of the big issues for me is just, it's like, I want to be able to do new and interesting stuff as well, rather than just doing like 30 streams of the same minis. And because it's more interesting for me as well, just being able to go through and do something new. Because I want to start new projects, but I only have so much desk space before it's just covered in half-built, half-painted minis. And it's not the most satisfying feeling when I've got 20 unfinished products. Or unfinished projects, I should say, not products. I'm not selling them. Okay, that's 2 done. I think average speed for doing these metallic details has gone up a little bit. It was about 28 minutes for the first one. Now we're at 50 minutes, and we've done our second. But I will say that now as I'm picking up the other ones that I haven't done these metallic details on, it definitely makes a difference. Just like seeing this without the bright silver on it, it's like icky. But then I look at these and I'm like, ooh, that's tasty. Two states of being for a for a Warhammer mini: icky and tasty. There is no in between. And unfortunately, a lot of my minis fall into the icky category. Almost done with your knight's head, just the neck to go. Nice. Yeah, I am dreading when I finally get around to painting the actual knight. That thing is a monster. It's gonna soak up so much paint just covering it. I'm dreading it, but I'm also looking forward to it because it's gonna be a lot of fun. And just had someone go hooning past. I'm surprised my mic didn't pick it up. It was very loud. Hoping to maybe paint some this weekend. Look, mate, that'll be great if you can get into it. Because it is so much fun. I think genuinely one of the best hobbies that I've picked up. Because I feel like since getting into Warhammer and just painting for hours on end, it's kind of made playing video games, less fun for me. I'm not sure if it's like, it's more like, oh, I can sit down and paint Warhammer for like 5 hours, and then I finish up and I'm like, okay, I'll go and play some games with the boys. And I sit down and I'm playing, and it's just like, yeah, this is alright. It's chill. I'm playing with the boys, but it's like, it doesn't like hype me up as much as it used to, and I feel like it's just because I've realized how much fun I could be having just sitting down and painting. I think it's more just like, it's just such a relaxing, steady source of fun, as opposed to gaming, which is very spontaneous, and if you're playing competitive games, then there's a lot of games where you finish and you're like, well, that just wasn't worth it. Whereas at least when you're painting, you're always getting something out of it. Yeah, you have something to show for your time, exactly, yeah. And I feel like there's always a sense of constant improvement when you're painting, because you're always learning something. You're always getting steadier with your brush or something like that. And I think that's probably why I don't play a whole lot of single player games anymore as well. Is because for me, I think playing games is more of a way for me to hang out with my friends rather than actually enjoying the single player game as a source of entertainment in of itself. I still say that some of my favorite games of all time are single player games. But there's just something to be said about just sitting down and painting rather than playing a game on your own. You confident they'll turn out all right? Look, that's the main thing, is just as long as you're happy with what you've done, then that's all there is to it. And if you're not happy with it, then there's always room for improvement. You know what you're doing wrong, so you can figure out how to fix it. Maybe too confident and thought you'd immediately attempt full non-metallic metal. Best of luck to you, brother. Best of luck to you. I am not that confident yet. But yeah. Tell me about your camera setup. As a worshipper of the four-armed emperor, I basically what I've got is I'm using my two main hands to hold and paint the mini, while my third hand is holding my camera steady up above, which is a Sony ZV-E10, I think. I can't see the marking on it, but it's something like that. I can't see where it's written on it. It's something along those lines. Yeah, Sony ZV-E10. So a pretty nice camera. Because originally when I first got into painting things in Japan, I had the most super scuffed setup where, because I didn't have any camera arms or anything like that, and I didn't have a proper camera, I basically was using my iPhone camera, and what I would do is I'd set up my Nintendo Switch charging dock on the desk in front of me, and then I'd have my phone sitting in the charging dock, just kind of peeking out the side with the camera over here, just looking around, and then I'd be like laying down really low and holding the minis in front of the camera and just like tilting everything towards it so that the camera could see what I was doing. It was really fucked up. So my setup is actually serviceable now. Yeah, it looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I have some issues with my glorious Australian internet just completely crunching camera quality. Not a whole lot I can do about that, unfortunately. But yeah, otherwise I'm pretty happy with what we've got going. Bless you, thank you. Yeah, a little bit unwell today. I was unwell yesterday as well, and it seems to have gotten a little worse. Took some antihistamines when I woke up though, so we should get better as the day goes on. Man, right as I say we'll get better as the day goes on, just cannot stop sneezing. But yeah, I think it's because, like, when I was in Japan, I had, like, no issues with hay fever. I didn't get any colds or anything. Second I come back to Australia, it is just fucked. Just constant hay fever and sneezing. The pollens here are ruthless. Okay, we're almost done on our third. For the metallic details, at least. Cool. Love using Dracula in DBD, so fun to use. Since when has Dracula been in DBD? This last I played was like shortly after Wesker was added, so it was a long time ago. Since the Castlevania collab. I imagine that, I gathered as much. When was the Castlevania collab? August this year. Okay, so it's very recent then. Yeah, I haven't really heard a whole lot about DBD in recent years. Interesting to see that it's still going strong. But yeah, as a boomer trapper main, the game kind of lost me. Everything just became too hard for me as trapper. Like all the survivors just became fucking superheroes, and all the new killers are crazy as shit. And it took how many years to make it so that I spawn in with one trap? Trapper is so bad. Trapper is the most fun killer though. That's like, you get the biggest brain shit. Trapper was so fun, but he's just the saddest killer in the game. 115 has to walk around to find his power. Survivors can just disable his traps. If you do catch someone in a trap, it's just complete RNG on whether or not they get out instantly. The saddest shit. Like, why even bother playing Trapper when you could play, like, the Blight? Just free wins constantly. Or, like, not even needing to play the Blight. Like, you could just play Freddy, and he's just Trapper, but his traps are more useful and more reliable because you don't have to worry about like having to go around and carefully hide them and shit, and the survivors can't disarm them, and you can just spam them down. And also then you have a teleport. Yeah. Also, did I notice the change in profile? I have noticed it's changed. I can't tell what it is. The image is a bit small for me. It's Vigilante Deku, I see. No more Eldar children. What? What's with the salamander posting all of a sudden? Much better. Actually, no, not much better. I need to sneeze again. Damn it. Man, if this is what it's like with the antihistamines, I don't know what we would have been like if I hadn't taken them this morning. Holy shit. Yeah, I have, like, Nurgle has blessed this house. I don't think I need any more blessings. I don't want any more. This is so bad. So unwell. At least I don't have the mean muscle pain I had from the other day. Death Guard are cooler than Thousand Suns? Wash your mouth out. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Like... I'm not gonna say that Death Guard aren't cool, but... I'm sorry, you're just deluded. Thousand Suns are just the coolest traitor faction. Mods, crush his skull. Lies. Dear God, no. Look, I don't know what you're expecting coming in here picking a fight with me over the Thousand Suns. Like, there's like... Sure, the Death Guard are cool. They're like a bunch of stinky boys. But the Death Guard, like... Sorry, the Thousand Suns are like... all sorcerers. And not just sorcerers, they're all like insane sorcerers. Now, you could have agreed Thousand Suns over Death Guard, but better than Noise Marines. Get real. Okay, look. The Noise Marines are cool. Don't get me wrong. But the thing is, Noise Marines are just a part... They're just a faction of the Emperor's Children. Like, if we're comparing Emperor's Children overall to Thousand Suns overall, Thousand Suns win. But, like, if we're comparing, like, Sorcerers... Like, Thousand Suns Exalted Sorcerers to Noise Marines, or... Rubric Marines to Noise Marines. The Noise Marines win every time. Like, there's no contest there. Death Guard are cooler than Noise Marines. Oh my... Chaos, you are deluded. The Noise Marines are having the best time in 40k. Like, these guys are having more fun than orcs. They're just jamming out. But salamanders are cooler than all of them. I don't know. Like, the salamanders are definitely nicer than all of them. I think they're more respectable than all of them. And I think that definitely counts as something in a setting like 40k where nobody is nice or respectful. Or respectable. But, like, on a cool level, the Noise Marines are definitely cooler than the salamanders. Like, the salamanders are just a chapter of... Well, not just a chapter, they're just a legion of great guys who happen to burn Eldar children from time to time. Whereas the Noise Marines are just... They're just having a great time. They're just playing music, tearing people apart with sound. You've been brainwashed? I have not been brainwashed. I was like this from the beginning, I promise. These are all my own unique thoughts. Not the doing of the Chaos God of Change. Tzeentch, the god of sick color schemes. Okay, so we are an hour and a half into the stream, and I'm finishing up the metallic details for the 5th of 10 Space Marines. So at this rate, at the 3-hour mark, we'll finally be able to start on weathering. Well, actually, we'll probably do some touch-ups and then some weathering. Yeah, it was Tzeentch. Let's go buy another night. Oh, hell, Slaanesh. Look, no, I'm telling you, that wasn't Slaaneshi influence. That was, I was being lied to. I was being deceived. I was being tricked into buying a night. That was not, that was not my own indulgence. I was persuaded into it. You wish salamanders were cool, then they'd stop flaming your poor fragile elder. Also, look, the salamanders are mostly cool guys. If you're human, they are super nice. They're chill as hell. I don't know what I'm going to do for this sidearm here. I guess I'll just pick out a few of the random details and then we'll come back through with some of the other accent colors that we'll use in the future and pick out some other bits. Ahoy! How you going, brother of Titans? Well enough, yourself? Yeah, not too bad. Well, actually, I guess I am a bit sick today. Like I was sick in yesterday's stream and it has only gotten worse since then, but we're keeping on keeping on. There he is, back at it again. Salamander. They're not salamanders. They're they're dark angels. I will be darkening them up a little bit with the weathering, but they are pretty bright at the moment, I will agree. I'm just taking an incredibly long time to get there. Oh yeah, by the way, Scarlet, I checked out your channel the other day. I just had a quick look at. I was a bit pressed for time, so I only ended up watching the Ogren painting video or the Bullgren video. It was really cool. I liked the format. It was neat how you did the little lore explainer during the painting interlude or painting interlude. Cool format that I haven't seen before. Hope I'm drinking some tea and taking care of myself while I'm sick. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just some hay fever. The pollens over here really fuck me up, especially as we start to get into the warmer weather. A lot of people have liked that part and you're considering making those into the shorts themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of free content at that point, isn't it? Just when you have some good bits out of your big videos, you can just rip them, trim them down, make them a bit more concise, and yeah, that works great. So this is how Warhammer is painted. I never actually got some models, just know some lore. Righto, yeah. I will say, don't act like, or don't assume that this is how all models are painted. I am incredibly pedantic and also do things in really weird roundabout ways. This is how I paint models, at least. If you've seen any of my other streams, you will know that I frequently stress out some of the more long-time painters in chat. Francois has really recently adopted using the emoji where the face is covering its eyes, which stresses me out when I'm painting and I see that pop up in chat. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Yeah, there's any number of ways you can go about it. Question for me, do I know who AM is or AMP? No, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. You really like this action pose for the Marine, the movement's solid. Yeah, I do like the sort of dynamic pose for it. It's a bit more interesting than the ones for the other ones where they're just standing there pointing. I haven't decided on what bases I'm going to do for these guys yet. Because I don't really know what enemies I would have my Dark Angels fighting. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm probably not going to get around to the bases for at least another 15 streams on these dudes. Knowing the pace at which I paint these. I'll have at least 3 more streams which are labeled final. And then the one where I actually finish them will be labeled something completely irrelevant. The guy from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Right. I'm not familiar with that. Man, I cannot wait to finish this squad of Dark Angels so that I can go over and start doing some things like maybe Blood Ravens or Thousand Suns, or maybe cracking into the Skaven box that I've got. Paint me some rats. Got so many cool things lying around that I want to paint. Oh, there's also, actually, no, I was going to say maybe I could start painting Magnus, but I think Magnus can wait until after I finished Ahriman. Because Magnus is going to be a colossal project. Rats, yes, yes. All right, it's settled then. That's all the persuasion I needed. And the great thing about the Skaven box is I can build and paint as many as I like, and I will never run out of Skaven to use for kit bashing and stuff. Because there's something like 50 Skaven in the Skaventide box. It's insane. An absolute shitload of clan rats in there. The Skavens honestly look really cool. Yeah, I feel the new models especially look really cool. Because I was saying this last week, maybe the week before, at some point when I was initially looking at getting Skaven, that I was quite disappointed in how a lot of their models looked. But that's because I didn't realize that they had a bunch of new models coming in the Skaventide box. And so it was like, I was kind of like, I wanted to get Skaven, but all the old models looked kind of underwhelming. But the new ones are really, really cool. And that's just in the box. Think of how many buried underneath the cities all around you. Yeah, they are just waiting for the moment to just emerge and just blow up the moon or some crazy shit like that. They're all just underneath my house getting high on warpstone. Can't wait for the day Skaven become canon in 40k. Because I mean, like, if any faction from fantasy were to make it to 40k, outside of the orcs of course, it would be the Skaven. Like, they already made, they managed to get to space in the end times. They are in 40k? What do you mean they're in 40k? What am I missing? Because I know I've seen like the lore thing about how there's like, there are some humanoid rat people, but they're not really Skaven. Hopefully they don't suffer the same fate as Gavin. No, they're too clever. Actually, they're not too clever. They are definitely going to suffer the same fate as Gavin, but there are too many of them to be put down by that. If anything, they're going to think it's hilarious. They're not really Skaven. The last time the Imperium saw them was 10,000 years ago. Ooh, okay. That sounds like the door is open. Maybe on some planet somewhere. I mean, they have to be out there. And I mentioned this before, but if they do show up in 40k, we know that they're going to appear somewhere in the Tau Empire just to fuck with them, because the Tau just... they just have to deal with all the annoying shit. Who is Gavin? Gavin is a poor Zangor who I have been operating on for some time. I filed off his lower body and then dismembered him and sort of chopped him up a bit because his destiny is to be stomped on by a knight as part of the base. Gavin has suffered a fate worse than death. Any painting tips for someone new to the tabletop? It's hard to say like any specific like overall tips. I would say just it's like paint minis that you're interested in. Like if you haven't bought any minis yet and you're really interested in one faction but you're not sure if you could do them justice and you're like, oh, maybe I'll just start with a box of Space Marines, but you don't actually care about Space Marines, I'd say avoid doing that. Because if you're painting something that you're not interested in, then it's just not worth it. And if you're worried about making mistakes, then just remember it's just paint that you're working with. You can always fix it. So just enjoy the process. Because if you're enjoying what you're doing, you will naturally get better. Okay, I think that's this one done. Oh yeah, and yeah, like Francois was saying, if you're painting for the game, you're like you need to be there's a strong difference between tabletop ready and display ready. So if you're painting with the intention of playing the tabletop, you need to sort of know when to say enough is enough and it's good enough for me, because the mini is never done until you say it's done. And if you never say it's done, then you're never going to play the tabletop. And that's like me. I've accepted that I am never going to play the tabletop because for me, I just like to paint the minis as well as I possibly can. And also, I don't really have anyone that I'm trying to play the tabletop with, so I can just focus more on painting. And praise to the Omnissiah for blessing you with finding this channel. Look, I don't know if it's worth praising the Omnissiah. I'm just some guy who paints minis. Like, there's plenty of us out here, but look, I appreciate it. Poor Warhammer players and enjoyers, no one wants to play with us. Yeah, or the issue for me is I'm in my early 20s, and so a lot of my mates who are also in their early 20s, like, obviously not the most financially stable. So a lot of people, like most of my mates, just don't have the money or time to get into the hobby, which is sad. Got to get back to editing, took a break for dinner and entertainment. Righto, thanks for dropping by, Scarlett. Next year to be on Sunday, keep an eye out for it. Righto. But yeah, Commissar, that's like why, for me, that's what's really good about the stream, is since a lot of my mates don't really have the time or money to really put into getting into Warhammer, for me, this stream is it's my outlet. Lore boring for the uninitiated. I don't know, I feel like it's actually quite the opposite, because my mates who aren't really into Warhammer, every now and then they will just ask me about it because they find it really interesting. It's just really daunting to get into. On the Skaven thing, Admech are just multiple rats in a suit, easiest way to hide. True! There's no... You literally can't tell. They're just hiding in there. New headcanon, the Admech are just Skaven. The Void Dragon is just the Horned Rat. It all makes sense now. Tried to get your family into Warhammer and they told you bluntly to shut up. That's so painful. Yeah, that's like... yeah, that's like why I really like the stream here. It's just because it's a nice outlet for me to talk to people about Warhammer. Because there's nobody in my daily life who is interested enough in it to just talk about it. Or, like I said, some of my friends sometimes are interested enough to ask questions. But since they don't really, since they don't engage in the hobby at all, it's a very one-sided thing where I talk at them when they ask a question, and then there's no real back and forth, so it's not as satisfying. Your brother got you back into 40k, and thankfully you have a decent club nearby, and your girlfriend's also willing to learn the game, though mostly you just play on the tabletop sim, for the sake of your wallets, of course. Righto, yeah, I forgot about the viability of playing on tabletop sim. How fleshed out are tabletop sim builds for 40k tabletop? Like, is there compatibility for, like, coloring your own, like coloring the minis at all? Like bucket fill? I would imagine probably not. But if there is, that'd be a really cool way to do it. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about the potential of using Tabletop Simulator to play 40k with people. Because I've mentioned that I've got, I have a friend in the Netherlands who builds Death Guard, but basically I've got a few friends in the Netherlands and a couple in other states in Australia, and we often play board games or that sort of thing on Tabletop Sim, so that's entirely open to us as a possibility. If you learn to model them, then yeah, you could do your own, but you don't know where to begin with that. Righto. So, outside of learning Blender, you're pretty much just downloading pre-made ones. Pretty much, yeah. Some good quality models have been scanned in nowadays. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I might honestly check that out as an opportunity to sort of try out the Warhammer tabletop, because there's no chance of me playing it in real life for a long time at least, because there's no way I am building a complete army for many years with the rate at which I the rate at which I paint minis. And the breadth of minis that I choose to, like, the broad variety of minis that I choose to paint means that I'm not going to finish any one army for a long time. But yeah, tabletop sim could be a way to dip my toes in without having to yeah, fully invest in a whole army. Okay. That's another one down. We've got 3 left to do the metallic details of. I am going to quickly go and get a glass of water though. I will be back in just a minute. 1 sec. Okay. Andy, what the fuck? What's up, Sanji? What did I just come back to? Are you good? Your messages have no joke been stuck in the warp for like 4 minutes. Okay, nice. Well, welcome back. For some reason, the messages you're sending on your PC just aren't going through. Interesting. Man, I made the mistake of leaving my room to get a glass of water, and I exposed myself to all of the pollens outside. Not good. Oh, it's really bad. And I will say, sneezing while trying to paint is not fun. It's very, like, you run such the risk of... There's no sneeze there. Damn it. You run such a big... you run such a big risk of just getting paint everywhere. Not good. Is that the Aussie accent hawk tour? No. Also, I feel like I haven't even got the most Australian accent there is. Sneezing while painting is a great way to add battle damage. It's a wrong kind of battle damage. I don't want them to look like they've just been hit by like a giant spray gun. But yeah, Francois, I would say that as far as Australian accents go, mine is probably on the less noticeable side. It's really weird as well because I've got English friends who they can do like the best Australian accents. Like they can dial it up so hard that I can't even go that far. It's the funniest shit. Sneeze on them even better, make them the enemies of Nurgle. They wouldn't be the enemies of Nurgle, they would just... Oh, I guess, as in Nurgle battle damage. I'm with you now. Yeah, just covered in golly. Both Nurgle and Slanesh approve of spray guns. I think we're talking about two very different types of spray guns here. Covered in golly sounds very Slaneshi. What sounds more Slaneshi, them being covered in golly or being covered in gauze? But also, I feel like Slanesh and Nurgle probably get along pretty well. Or more, actually, I think Nurgle probably doesn't want to have anything to do with Slanesh. But I think that Slanesh is probably like, yeah, that can go well. Like Slanesh is kind of interested. Slanesh can see potential. Golly sounds more Slaneshi than Goz. No, so gauze, not like gauze, as in like you're gauzing everywhere. No, like your name is Gary Gozzer, not not like applying gauze. Slanesh would act up because of the mouths the Death Guard have on their stomach. The Death Guard have got the Emperor's children acting unwise. Like the Emperor's children look at the Death Guard and they see potential. That's so fucked up. What? Yeah, Sanju, dial it back. We've got children in the chat. We've got young ones. We need to protect their innocence. We need to protect the youths. Younglings? No, not younglings. Not the younglings. All hail Papa Nurgle, may his blessings find you and favor you. Silver, I think they've already found me. Oh, did I... What did I just hit something. What did I hit? Was it the... Did I hit the camera or something with that sneeze? I definitely felt the heel of my brush tap against something. Cancelled the order, needed the money for more death co-ops. You redirected the funds. You gotta go to school tomorrow? Go to sleep, Chaos. This is well past your bedtime, brother. Like, come on.
You gotta pay attention to your studies.
Bye. Yeah, good night, mate. Have fun at school. See you later. We pray that the guard get more than just Cadians from now on. No, but come on, Cadians are... Don't you love Cadians? I heard everybody loves Cadia. They're like the Ultramarines. They're just... Cadians are the coolest guardsmen, right? And say,
Hey, Peter.
In that voice, I beg.
Hey, Peter, I'm in the middle of painting my Dark Angels, and I can't quite get the paint to quite go the way I want it to. Got any tips?
Is that good? You happy with that? Little bit of fan service for the for my loyal viewers. Cadians were cool, they had their time, now move on, chop chop, wish GW would give other factions the space marine treatment instead of the sub-factions there. Yeah. Yeah. It's sad. Do the rest of the stream in that voice. I'm sick, Titans. I cannot do that. I cannot do a whole stream in the Patrick Warburton voice. Not while I'm sick. Oh, I also beg. Look, guys, not only am I unwell, but the issue is when I do that voice, I have to like pull a face as well to really like fall into character. I need to like fully embody him. And the issue is that when I pull that face, I like my eyes narrow a little bit, so it's hard to see what I'm doing. Look, it's like rule one of method acting. You've got to really get in the space there to fully embody the character. And I go a bit too hard when I do the voice, and I like my eyes narrow just enough that it's slightly irritating to see fine details. Maybe a future stream. Yeah, maybe we can get a milestone stream where I do a whole stream in the Patrick Warburton voice. So you're saying that once you're better, there's a chance. Look, I won't make any promises one way or the other. but it is possible. I feel like it. I feel like it'd be such a hard stream. Because I stream for so long as well. Like, average stream time is like 3 hours. Oh yeah, it's all coming together, say it. Look, I should start charging money for this shit. When can I open super chats? No, I can't overdo it. It's a novelty. I've got to keep you guys wanting for more. If I give you everything you want at once, you'll stop coming back. You love men? I'm glad for you, Think Master. $1,000 subscriptions, you'll get super chats. I thought it was because I've checked the YouTube the Studio app, and it's not at 1,000, is it? Because I know that it's at like at 500 subs, and it's something like 1,500 or maybe 3,000 hours of watch time in the past year lets you unlock monetization. So I assume that's memberships, ads, and super chats. I don't know if I'd turn ads on though, because I wouldn't make shit off it anyway, and it'd just be annoying for everyone. Ads. Yeah, no. YouTube ads have gotten crazy over the past couple of years. It's insane. Like, we've gotten to the point where it's like 2 15-second unskippable ads back to back, And they're embedding ads into like Discord now as well. Like, what is going on? Like, I can't link a YouTube meme to my friends anymore because it's like I send them a meme which is like 12 seconds, and then they end up having two 15-second unskippable YouTube ads embedded into Discord before the meme. And it's like, come on, what is going on here? Watch 30 seconds of ads to watch a 12-second video. Double ads you can't skip. It used to be if you skip the first ad, it skips both, but now it just starts the second ad. Wait, really? I haven't noticed that. Have they made it so that it only skips the ad that you're currently on now? If so, that's insane. I think the craziest part about all this is that not only have they been increasing the amount of ads that you're shown, they've also been like constantly over the years reducing the amount of money that the creators actually make off the ads anyway. So you're getting more ads that the creators get less out of. At least from what you've seen, it does. I'll need to pay attention to that. Is it just me or has my camera just gone really yellow? I've only just noticed this. It looks like my camera quality is very yellow all of a sudden rather than white like it was. Oh, there we go. Now it's back to normal. What was that? Why was it so yellow? Despise watching 2 ads at the end of the video, then 2 at the start, and then to watch some YouTube sponsor clip, I think go straight into another ad in like 20 seconds. That's like the that's the funniest shit to me, is like when you click on a video and the creator has like pushed the number of mid-roll ads up to the maximum they can allow, and so it's like you can see the little yellow line on the timeline every like 1.5 minutes. It's like, chill, brother, you're not making that much money. Mexico ass movie filter. Yeah, it was really sepia tone for a second there. On PC it isn't too bad because of ad blockers, but mobile is chronic. Yeah. Well, I feel like, and the thing is now Discord embeds are like the mobile experience because you don't have your ad blocker on Discord. But also, I feel like the funniest shit for me is like the arms race between YouTube and ad blockers, where for like the past few months, every now and then when I open a video, it'll like start to the YouTube screen will appear where it's like telling me to stop using ad blockers, and then uBlock Origin will like kill the screen, refresh the page, and then start playing the video. So like for a second, YouTube recognizes there's an ad blocker and then it just gets shut down, and there's this constant back and forth between YouTube and uBlock Origin. You know why your models take too long to paint? Because I am too pedantic and I get distracted very easily. I'm very aware of why I take so long to paint. Even when your ad blocker loses, it only plays a black screen, so no ad makes it money. I mean, and that's the way it should be. You're picking out details no one else paints. Can't be complaining when you're doing that. Look, I'm not complaining that it's look, I'm picking out the details because I see they were put on the model in the first place. They're there to be painted. That's I'm laying down the law. They're there to be painted. Have fun though? I will. I will. Never seen anyone paint those little panels on the back. Is it really just me? Surely not, right? Like, why else would they put the little details there? I see a detail and I need to pick it out. My OCD will not allow me to just wipe over it. You do the same thing? Thank you, Brother of Titans. I have a comrade here. Not saying it's wrong, just saying, complaining about batch painting while pulling stunts like that. Look, these are my usual stunts, so for me, perhaps batch painting in large quantities is not the best. May every god throughout history save my soul if I ever paint Blade Guard. Holy, what? You're making me scared of Blade Guard. I'm worried. Making me want to paint Blade Guard, honestly. Just not a lot of them. Maybe one or two. I think that's what I need to do. I need to just accept that I will put too much effort into painting any model I touch, so I should only paint a couple of them at a time. Just pick one or two models, paint them, and then if I want to do some more in the future, I can come back in the future. And you paint Guard, said Aid. All the little faces. The eyes! The eyes! Really cool models, intricate shield, massive sword, sword sheath, belt buckle, tabard, and so on. I think I need some blade gut. I don't need more minis. Stop. What? I don't need them. I do not need them. I do not need more minis. Not until the day in which I have run out of minis in my room as they currently stand will I need to purchase blade guard. Until then, however, we can wait until I've gone through these. And that's that. Laying down the law. No minis. You refuse to do the faces. You've got 200 printed helmets from your friend. Good man. You promised not to leave squads half done, so you currently have 2 eliminators half done and a stone guard squad with a half done sergeant. I see. Yeah, you see, I'm not as concerned about the state of a squad. So I'm fully okay with just doing a couple of dudes from a squad and just having them chilling there. Doing eyes as psycho. All you heard was need more minis. Pure, come on, you're meant to be on my side here. I don't have infinite money. Or space. Or time. All of these are limited resources, which I do not have. You like to cut off all the bullshit off the shields and convert them into Dark Angel shields? You're horrid at faces, that's why all your guard have masks. Maybe that's why, that's probably why Deathcore are really popular as well. You don't need to worry about the faces, you just get cool gas masks. You love faces are the best way to get good at painting. Yeah, I will say that I have definitely improved the most by doing the things that I know that I'm shit at. By like focusing really hard on something which I know I'm not good at, that's like how you improve the most. You want to pick up a Void Raven bomber, but you dread painting a big vehicle without an airbrush? Oh, do I have an example for you? One sec. I'm going to finish painting this dude, and I'm going to show you the example for me of trying to paint a big vehicle without an airbrush. Oh, hang on. Never mind. I'm pretty sure the Void Raven bomber, that's the absolutely huge one, isn't it? Not the, that's not just like a regular vehicle. That's like the enormous vehicle, right? Never mind. I do not have a point of comparison. Yeah, limited resources. I spend them on cool models like Blade Guard, not lame-ass recruit flamer bros. the issue is, the resources have already been spent on these dudes, so I may as well make the most of them. This is what we call the sunk cost fallacy, Francois, and I am an advocate for it. The cost is sunk. Is this the last dude that I'm working on right now? I think I've done this one, haven't I? I have. We're down to the last dude for the metallic details. And then we'll do touch-ups, and then we can do weathering. I won't go too hard on the touch-ups, because they're going to be weathered and damaged anyway. But just the bits where it's a bit too icky for my liking. To do faces, it's flesh plus brown wash, then light flesh, little whitened eyes, black dot, and you get your painted face. Yeah, so the I think the stumbling block that everybody has with that silver is those last two steps of little white in the eyes and then a black dot. I think most people are usually pretty chilling up until that point. They get the white in the eyes, and that's hard enough because they don't want to get it around the eyes. And they go in with the black dot, and that's the fucked up part. That is where it all goes wrong. Okay, and just looking at the timer, as I expected, early on in the process, it has taken around about 3 hours to get through all the metallic details for these dudes. I'll have to watch you stream one night and you'll do some faces. Righto. That would be quite helpful. Because I'm also... I avoid models which have faces like the plague. I don't paint a lot of human models to begin with, so that helps. But yeah, I feel like faces are one thing which I'm avoiding learning as hard as possible. Okay. That's it for metallic details. Looking pretty good. So we'll come back through, do a few green touch-ups. Maybe some highlights while we're at it. And then we can get onto our weathering. So we'll do some washes, we'll do some brown sponging. Excuse me. The ears and helmet tubes too? What do you mean? Is that not common practice to do those bits as well? They're there. I see a detail. I feel like it needs to be painted a different color from whatever it's standing on top of. But yeah, for touch-ups, we're just going to go with these two colors here, because I've got the Warflesh as well, which is what my foundation color was. But it's not quite... I feel like I'd probably touch up with the Angel Green instead, because it's more in the range of where the color is at the moment. And when I shake it up, it's looking really bright with the light directly on it, but it's actually not that bad. The Warpstone Glow is the really bright one, and I'll just use this for some really bright highlights. And when I come back through with my washes and everything, it'll all darken up well anyway. So spin this around. Get some Angel Green on the wet palette. That should probably be heaps for all we're doing. Maybe a little bit more. But yeah, that should be plenty. Yeah, I will say the camera is making it look a lot brighter than it actually is. It's actually not that bad. The Warpstone Glow, however, this one is very mean. This is incredibly green. So this is only going to be for some very bright highlights. So So I only need a little bit of that on the palette, just like that. Okay, let's get going on some touch-ups. Yeah, on your car, the hood is usually the same color as the car, the gas flap cover, and the trunk. Look, I don't need to take this from you, okay?
I'll do what I damn well please with my own minis.
It's okay for parts to be the same color. No, it's not. Not for me. If I were painting my car, they would be different colors. Shit, I should have touched that up in Warflesh. It's a bit too... That's quite bright. Let's just not do a touch-up for that bit, because it's going to be darker anyway. Maybe I should get a bit of Warflesh on the palette as well. Just for the darker sections. Come on, just a little drop on the wet palette. Beautiful. And let's pick out some highlights while we're at it. And I'll get a tiny bit of warpstone glow just for one section of this highlight, just to really make it pop. Just pick out just the front edge of it there. Oh, that one came through that time. Okay, now probably don't need to go too hard on the highlights. But I do want to pick them out here and there. Oops, I'll zoom this out a little bit. Didn't realize I kept going off camera there. Did I just poo myself for Slanesh? What? No, the noise was someone driving past really loudly. The joys of living on a main road. Yeah, I reckon for the highlights, the Warpstone Glow is a lot better than the Angel Green, just because it's much more defined. Yeah, don't need to highlight everything, but I just want to highlight some of the more raised points. Unfortunately, this brush really does not hold a lot of paint. Highlights on Dark Angels. Look, they're still gonna be dark. It's just showing where the light's hitting, okay? Can't have dark without a bit of light. Thank you, Brother of Titans. I'm glad you've got my back here. Okay. Do a little bit of touch-ups with the war flesh. So over here, we've got a little bit of stray metallic. Smooth that out. And over here on the top of this wrist. Other than that, mostly free of touch-ups. Got a little bit on this knee pad here, actually. You're out, need to sleep. Pain's starting to kick you out. See you later. Righto, thanks for dropping by, Silver. Hope you feel a bit better in the morning. But yeah, thanks for dropping by like always. See you later. Alright, I reckon we're good for the first one. Now for touch-ups here, eyes are pretty good. This front leg here, the front of his leg here actually is pretty scuffed. Then we got a bit up here. So what's weathering? What's my plan? Streaking grime, a black glaze. Good question. I don't have any streaking grime, so that's not on the table at the moment. I'm thinking we start off with just some, like I'm probably gonna start off with sponging on little bits of brown just for like battle damage. Maybe drawing a couple of white and black scratches all over the body. Then like we'll use a bit of Nuln Oil. I don't want to drown it in Nuln Oil. But yeah, I don't know. We'll play around with it, see what we can come up with. This one mostly doesn't need any touch-ups. So I'll just pick out some of the brighter highlights and then move on. Oh, actually, his hand needs to be painted. Because his hand was in the wrong spot, so it didn't end up getting painted. Yeah, I'll need to remember. That's one thing I need to check every time I go through these dudes, is for all the ones where the hands were in the wrong spot, they aren't painted. He needs fingers. About brown sponge stipple on feet and legs, all of a black glaze except on the bone pauldron and silver scratches. Yeah, that could be a plan. I'm a bit scared of doing a black glaze because I'm worried that of going way too dark to begin with and just completely ruining it. But yeah, I will put something dark over the whole lot. This is one of the ones where I need to clean up the eyes a little bit. Especially this other eye. There, yeah, that's better. Went a bit thick on that line there, so we'll just, with a wet brush, just feather this out. Okay, we'll just get a little highlight on the bright bits. I think for highlights, I'm pretty much just going to put them on the ridge on the top of the head, and then on the I keep forgetting what it's called, the panel that protects the throat. The gorget. Okay, I keep wanting to say gorget, and then I keep thinking that doesn't sound like a word. Okay, this one, the eye does need some touch-ups here. Yeah, that's good. We'll just look for anything other, or anything else that's egregious. It doesn't seem like there's anything too bad. So do our little highlights. Oop, that's a bit too heavy. Wipe away with my finger, and then we can just keep building that up. There we are. And while we still have the warpstone glow on the brush, we'll just do the highlights for this dude. That's a bit thick, so we'll just wipe away a bit of it, and then that's better. Bit on the front, bit on the gorget. Real happy with how this shin turned out. So this is for the knight you're working on? Couple more touch-ups here and there. It is for the night? Righto. What have you been doing on the Shin? I assume, have you got heraldry on it, or just like the way you're doing damage? Hang on, I forgot that I was going to do some other little bits for the sword of the captain here. So I'm just going to get the tiniest little bit of Rhinox hide to use for some parts of the sword. So the grip can be brown. And then gonna do black for the crossbar and that part of the scabbard that is still green. Super late. Sorry, I was watching Alien with the wife. No worries, Hensley. I'm here anyway. It's not like you're obligated to be here at any particular time, so I'm just glad that you're here at all, mate. now, where we are at, yeah, we're on this one now. Well, you like to stop? I'll stop in and enjoy. Tonight was movie time, but you were scrolling for something to sleep to, and so I was waiting to see if you'd say oh painting. So you figured you'd say hi. Yeah, all good, mate. So how was the movie? Was this the new Alien you watched, or? Is it looking really good? Yeah, thank you. They have been a very long process, but we are getting there bit by bit. I have vowed to never again batch paint large quantities of minis because I cannot control myself and I can't force myself to make... I can't force myself to ignore all the little details on the models. This is the second one, the original. Oh, okay. So, the second one, so this is Aliens that you were watching? Yeah, do a little touch up around his eye here. Uh-oh. I think I touched it up a little bit too much. Oh no, it's retreating back. That's pretty good. Ah, top of his head. I knew there was one who had some pretty bad parts that needed touching up. I think that's it for touch-ups on this guy now. So we can go back through and do the highlights. They've got all of them on Hulu, so you're getting your wife into them. She's never seen them before. Oh, okay, nice. Nice. Yeah. I remember my first exposure to Alien was in school for film class. We watched a lot of the behind the scenes stuff on that. That was a lot of fun. Ever thought about doing the full red helm for my sergeant? Decided to do that for yours when you get the red paint in. I'm probably not going to do that. It was my understanding that I thought the full red helmet was specifically an ultramarine thing. I could be wrong though. Does anyone know if it's is it just an ultramarine thing, or do other chapters do it as well? The red helmet on the sergeant. Just ultras, if you recall. Yeah, I thought it was like there was I feel like the lore reason was like there was a particular ultramarine who had developed you'd steal it because it's cool. Yeah, I think like the lore reason was something like there was a particular ultramarine who had developed combat doctrine focused around fighting Astartes before the heresy. And so he thought it was like, well, and so he was censured for it, and the red helmet was meant to be like a punishment, where basically like saying, don't listen to this guy, he's crazy. And then the heresy happened, and then they were like, hang on, this guy's battle doctrine is actually really helpful. And so then it became like a sign of respect to give someone the red helmet. Yeah, I think... Oh no. Just need to clean up this islands here. There we are. It's much nicer. Ah, I forgot to do the, one of the vents on this guy's backpack. Alright, that's enough of you being chatty. Off to bed. Have a good night. Righto. See you later, Hensley. Thanks for dropping in. Robo Girly Man made it a thing in the Codex Astartes, but non-compliant chapters don't use that standard. I see, okay. Man, I've really missed a lot of these vents. Just didn't do them. I need to go back through and check the vents of all of the power packs to make sure I did the metallics on them, because I've missed a lot of them. Okay, I don't see a whole lot of things that will need touching up on this one. I think it'll just be on this pauldron here. Just a little bit there. A little bit there. And we're probably good for that one. Oh, did I check his eyes? I didn't check his eyes. How are his eyes? They're good. Because I know I made a lot of mistakes on a lot of their eye lenses. Oh, did I check his hands? How many of them need hands being painted? That one's fine. It's all the ones that have the hand under the gun that I need to check. That one's done. I think this one's the other one that I need to paint the hand. Yeah. This guy's pretty good as far as touch-ups go. Eyes seem pretty good. I'll just check the other dude for touch-ups. Because I've got the base green on my brush right now. Yeah, this guy's got a couple that need doing. Just up the top here. Eyes are pretty good. Everything else seems pretty good. So we can do highlights. Might have gone a bit thick on that highlight. Well, it is what it is. Then we'll highlight this one, and then we'll come back to this one and paint his hand on. It is very thick on the top, but I can just wipe the top edge of it off with my finger, and then we've just got the side of the highlight. I'll probably just clean it up overall, because it was a bit thick, both on the top and on the side. That's probably a bit better. Beautiful. So with that done, clean off our brush, get our base green back. And draw on this man's fingers. And then when we're done, we'll glue his hand together because it's kind of split down the middle. Because it should be sitting like that. And so I'll hold it together just so that I can paint the seams of it. Cool. So, I've realized I keep adding more work for myself, but I had intended to do this for a while. One final pass of details, which is all the little lights and stuff. But I will be right back before we get onto that. I'll give these all time to dry and settle, so I'll be back in just a minute. All right. Cool. So, last bit is just going to be lots of little red lights that are all over them. Look at this Doomfang magenta here. Quite like the color that this dries to. Especially when I'm putting it over the green base coat that I've got. Ends up quite nice. So we're just gonna come on through here and just pop this onto all these little round bits. You're off to bed, have a good night. See you later, brother of Titans. Might want to do my weathering first after then I can plan where I want lights. I can OSL after weathering. Also, I'm not going that hard on it. I'm not going to be doing OSL for these dudes. It's more just like these little things which look like they should be lights. And I'm not going to worry too much about making them pop. It's just about putting color on those bits. And I can always just go around them with the with any washes or anything like that, rather than completely covering them. Because they're just on these little dots and that sort of thing. Thankfully, I don't think there are a huge number of them. Ah, here. I knew there was some on the power packs that I had been planning on doing. You always consider those locking bolts to attach the armor? Okay, that makes sense. Well, I've committed now. That's what I get for stepping out of my room again. More sneezes. Is it this bad every year, or just because I got back from traveling in Japan? Oh no, it's this bad every year. Because I got back from Japan, in like September last year, so I've been home for a long time now. It's just like this. It's not good. It's pretty bad. I am just a sickly boy. A weak Victorian boy exposed to the horrors of the plague. You only get a seasonal allergy for the first year you're living in a new state? Yeah, no, I'm just suffering. I have grown up this way. It is painful. Spent my whole life living in the same city. Never gets any better. Ooh. Nearly dropped it. This one doesn't have the little things in the backs of his legs. They're elsewhere. We got one there. Well, don't go to Oregon if I ever visit the state's highest pollen count in the world by a huge margin. I see. Good to know. I will not go to Oregon. Yeah, I feel like if I went to Oregon, I would step out into the street and just collapse into like a hacking mess. Just burst into flies. Nurgle's blessing would claim me. Okay. That's halfway. Hmm. Ugh, made a mess of that. Whoops, we'll just ignore that that ever happened. No one's going to look closely at that one. And I'm going to forget which one I made that mistake on. So not even I will know. And just bury him somewhere in the middle of the squad and no one will ever know that I made an absolute mess with the magenta. Oh man, I just had a diabolical idea. And I think you're going to hate me for this one. But the title of this stream happens to say something like final details and weathering for my Dark Angels. But I have a pretty cool superpower at my disposal. Where I can actually just... I can just do something like that. And then... now, I am not obligated to do any weathering today. I'm allowed to put that off until a future stream. Because the record will reflect that I never promised to do weathering. As the stream title only now mentions final details. Diabolical clickbait strategies. Poor Larry? Who is Larry? Okay, that one is mostly done. Then we just get our last little points on here. Oop, oop. Dark Angels, nice, barely got you combat patrol. Yeah, I am quite a fan of Dark Angels. I've been slaving away on this Infernus squad for far too long, though. I'm really just trying to push these guys out so that I can paint some more stuff. Because I have a really bad habit of just biting off more work than I can chew and then just spending ages slaving away at it. So yeah, after I finish painting these dudes, I am never batch painting 10 minis at a time again. Because I cannot bring myself to compromise on details just to speed it up. battle brother Larry doesn't get the same love as other brothers. Look, he's fine. He's fine. He's chilling. It's on his back, so he doesn't even know what's happened. Oh shit, I forgot that there's little bits on the backs of their heads that I was gonna do. Oh, you get that? They look great. Yeah, thank you. After I get all the details done, it'll then be a matter of going back through and weathering them so that they are not super bright like salamanders. But now I'm just going to go back through and do these little spots on the backs of their heads. Because that was one of the things that I had intended to do, but I only noticed it at the very last one. That one I can't reach. This one I should be able to reach. One, two. Think I can reach this one? No, I cannot. I think I can reach this one. No, I cannot. Can I reach this one? Yes, I can. One, two. Can I reach this one? Yes, I can. One, two. Can I reach this one? Yes, I can. One, two.
Okay, dokie.
What do we do now? Been going 4 hours and 10 minutes. I reckon we can probably go a little bit longer. Getting a bit stiff though. What other little bits can we do that won't take us too long so we don't have to commit to something massive before the end of the stream? Maybe we can just start sponging some little bits of Rhinox hide onto them, see how it comes up. Because it's a relatively simple process that doesn't require a huge amount of cleanup, and it can go by pretty quick. So we'll get a bit of brown on our texture palette. And we'll get our foam sponge brush. Just pick up a tiny little bit on the corner of it there. Stamp it out until we just get a little bit with texture. How's that gonna come up? Yeah, that'll be good. Let's just see how this goes. Oh, I like the effect of it right on the edges there. So I think on the edges, it gives a look of almost like the paint being chipped away. Oh shit, I'm gonna avoid doing the knees though, because I've seen a lot of people, the way they do the left knee of the Dark Angel is of Dark Angels is they'll do it into like a 4-piece checkerboard of like a green, green, white, white. So I'm interested in doing that on the left knee. What kind of camera do I use? I've got a Sony ZV-E10. Second person today who's asked about that, which is interesting, because prior to this, in like the past 30 streams I've done, I haven't had anybody ask about the camera. Yeah, I must say, I really like working with the sponge. I think I really my favorite thing that I've done with the sponge was when I painted the Croc and I used the sponge to build up the layers. Coming back with the sponge for weathering is nice, but I don't think it gives quite as cool an effect as using a sponge from the get-go. But yeah, I do like the effect that I get with the sponge when I especially push it up against the edges of green. A bit too much there, so you can just wipe that back with our thumb and just gently dab it on. I think a good one will be over the chapter icon here. I think if I get a bit more just on the very tip of the on the very corner of the sponge brush, it's a bit thicker. but still has a nice bit of spread to it. And then I can just very gently just... then a bit just on the ridge of the helmet. Mainly just wanting to try to rough up the exposed edges where the paint could believably get chipped. I think more concentration around the feet will be good. Just gently dabbing it on there, because if I push it down too hard, it smears. And if I drag it, it also smears. It's about just pushing it down just enough to get the texture of the foam on there without just putting a massive blob of paint down. But yeah, I like the way this is coming along, honestly. I wasn't sure how I felt about it at first, but I'm liking it. I think there's just a fine line of just enough of this weathering and battle damage and too much. I just want to see how close I can get to that line without crossing it. Hello, hey, go for it. How are you going today? You've popped in pretty close to the end of the stream. At this point, I'm just playing around with some of the weathering that I can do with the foam sponge. But yeah, I'm liking what we're getting, because that's the point of difference we have between a clean one and a weathered one. And then I'll come back through with some washes to darken the paint job up as well. Before I do that, of course, though, I'm gonna try painting the knee pads of them, the left knees. In fact, just so that I don't forget, before I end the stream, I might just get my pencil, wherever it is, here. And just mark out the shape of this that I want to do. It's a bit off. Probably want it to be more like that-ish. So we'll go through and mark that on all of our minis so that we know what we're doing. Oh, I did it again. I made it lopsided once more. I want it to come out over the front like that. Obviously, the lead that I'm, like, just the pencil markings are just going to be a guide for when I come through with a paintbrush. So, they shouldn't be visible in the end product. So I think I basically need to have the knee pad point, or the shin pad pointing straight at me so that I can get a proper 50-50 split. Looks like for this one, actually, I missed a lot of him with the airbrush when I was coating him, so I'll need to come back through and give him a base coat there. This is a very big airbrush shadow, where I just missed with the green. Don't know how I haven't noticed this up until now. Poor brother Rudolph. What was wrong with brother Rudolph? What did I do to him? Oh, right. No, yeah, the missing spray pattern. Yeah. Managed to go unnoticed all this time. Okay. I think that's groundwork laid for next time. So. Been going for 4.5 hours. I think we've made... I say this every time, and then I always correct myself. I think we've made great progress today, guys. Actually, no, we haven't. We've done basically nothing. Anyway, what we got done today was, for most of them, we went through and we did all the teeny little metallic details. So the main visible difference is on the power packs on the back. I think they look very, very nice now. So we did the all the lead belcher details. I'm happy with them. Then we did some of the tiny little magenta details, which are pretty much unnoticeable, but I think that they really contribute a lot. And then we started, we played around a little bit with the weathering on this dude. I like how that's going to look. I like the aesthetic that's going to give all of them. I might have gone a little overboard on his shoulder, on his pauldron there, but we can always just scale that back for the other ones. I think it really does help grit them up a bit. He doesn't look as salamandery as his brother, and we will continue to fix that with washes and glazes and that sort of thing. I think that will come up quite nicely. And then we've also laid the groundwork before we do the weathering. Next, when we come back, we're going to do the knees here. So we're going to do them in a white and green checkerboard. It's probably similar white to what they've got on the shoulder pad there, that sort of Dark Angels cream. Yeah. So we're going to do the checkerboard on the knees, and then we're going to weather them. And I make that sound easy. I make that sound like that'll be done in one stream. It most likely won't be. One stream, we might be able to do all the checkerboards, and then I'll find something else that I want to do before I start weathering, because that's what I always do. Anyway, I think we've done some stuff today. We've done some things. Also, we did touch-ups on all of them, and then did the highlights along the heads and the gorgets. So yeah, along the ridge on the head and on the gorget. I think that'll help pop when we go through and do all of our weathering and that sort of thing. In any case, I've rambled long enough. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Always great to have you here. I believe as far as the streaming schedule goes, what day is it today? Tuesday. So Wednesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, we won't have any streams. Friday, we will be back, and I'm actually going to have to update the streaming schedule because I'm no longer able to do Saturday. So we're going to have 2 days off, then we'll have 1 day on, another day off, and then I think we should be good to be streaming again on Sunday. So, that being said, yeah, we're probably going to call it here for today. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, everybody.